The stream will decide whether we're so back or it's so over. Guess who reinstalled everything on the computer again with an entirely different OS, and this time we're gonna see if it actually functions correctly. Alright, so let's start with testing to make sure everything functions correctly. So I'm going to do some tests, and I'm gonna need you to tell me if you actually hear it too loud or if you hear it at an appropriate volume. This doesn't do anything. I've removed the Twitch throwing systems because it's annoying me, and I didn't want to set it up again.
Let's get a good stretch.
This still works. Do we hear it? And do we hear it well? Redeem number 2.
Seek fluid intake.
I assume we heard it because it's the same thing. Alright. Now for the most important part. It's okay because I'm the one doing it. I assume that also works correctly. And now for my favorite part of doing bullshit. Because I own all of the points.
Leave me alone! Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg. I want you. Stop right there! You can't hurt me, Jack. Breaks the law in my watch. Son, escape your stolen goods. Now pay your fine. It's off and set it up. Die, you piece of shit! And pay with your blood!
Still works. Okay. So, I assume you heard all of that. All of that is easy to hear and everything's fine. Got it? Okay. So what's a little quiet is I'm going to assume it's probably like if I do that, maybe the straw was quiet. Let me go get it. Was that louder?
Let's get a good stretch.
Seek fluid intake.
Let's get a good stretch.
I can raise that one's volume a bit.
Let's get a good.
Yeah, that's fine. Now it should be a bit louder. Yeah, that's better. Alright. Sounds good. All of that works. I'm gonna go remove that. And now I can remove the background music. Since I'm going to assume the background music was fine. And now we should have the game music. I would hope. Also, while I'm at it, I might as well go all out and test everything. So, first thing first, let's check if I missed that one.
You missed that one. Try another.
It's a bit quiet. We can be a bit louder than that.
You missed that one. Try another.
That's a bit better. What about this one? Okay, that's a bit loud, but that should be good enough. Alright, all this works. And for the final thing, I didn't hear it I didn't hear it on my end. No. Okay, so I guess... Do you hear it? Do you hear it? Because I don't. Alright, at least I do you hear it? Because I do. The sub alert. I could probably also just check on my end. No here, okay. You're not making a feedback loop. Holy fuck, that was a bad idea. Okay, I think it's probably... Why wouldn't you hear it though? Okay, now you probably heard it, but I didn't. Now I hear it, and you probably did. You probably also hear it. Okay. If you tell me that this is good, I think we're gonna be good too. And I can go close that, and we're gonna be good. Just need the okay sign to tell me that you heard that. So I can probably lower the volume a bit. I'll go check. Heard. Yep, also heard. Okay. So now we can actually play the video game. How loud is it?
Yes?
That's pretty loud. I'm gonna have to lower it on my side.
No response. He just arches his brow. A moment passes.
Okay,
The
that's a bit better.
lieutenant glances.
Okay, so now we can actually play the video game. And this is where we'll know also if we're so back. I really hope we're so back. I'm so tired of dealing with this issue. Also, during the process, we lost that one color palette I did the other day with like mixed hair color, but I made another one. I made this one. It's like a lot more glowier than that one. Okay, so I'm gonna go actually progress the game, and then we're gonna go sell the spinners. Oh wait, I need to go get them first.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone,
I have something here we could...
transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage.
Uh,
The
there we
cage.
go.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
Thanks, I appreciate your help.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
There we go. And now we can actually go sell them. It'd be nice to also progress in the story.
Officer, the flashlight, please.
Oops. Sorry, I forgot.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here?
How come you're still open?
The pawn shop is always open.
The boombox I bought. I should play this tape, right?
Of course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your tape and set it spinning. It all starts with the tape.
Is Roy high? And if he is, then what is he on?
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Parolidon. It's tough to come by on the street.
Parolidon, what's that?
A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Is it just me, or is it really warm in here? Sir, could you take off your sunglasses? I'd like to check your eyes. So, where does a man get Parolidon these days?
How would I know?
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting. Those triangle patches on his vest, you have a feeling they mean something, like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
It's pretty obvious that you're under the influence, sir. No judgment, just curious. I probably did a load of Parolidon before I lost my memory. Chill out, man. I'm a chill out cop who just wants some of what you're having. Wink.
Parolidon is just something since the People's Power disaster,
He coughed, as if to mark his words.
I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. Had to take it for radiation sickness.
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
How did you end up running a pawn shop?
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forburg as I can. Still in the same city, but...
He shrugs. The People's File, what is that?
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too.
Thank you for telling me. It must have been tough, radioactive cleanup.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened. And why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment. And early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could.
Whose fault was it that the generator failed?
No one's. Everyone's.
He sighs and shakes his head.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think
This is
is
so
going to
fucked
happen?
up.
I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Do you know anything about the traffic menace on the loose?
Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive.
But didn't you hear it when the traffic menace drove over your roof?
Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting the shop, and then moving on.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
A vortex sounds fascinating.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I didn't really know what to make of it, but I know it meant something. Hello, hello.
I probably need to equip the spinner in my hands, or need to remember how to buy some things.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I
There's
can
something
help
I'd
you
like
with
to
this.
sell.
We'd like to sell these hubcaps.
The lieutenant steps in and hands him the spinner.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump-a-mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
The lieutenant explains as the pawnbroker opens the register and counts the cash.
Of course, I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you.
He takes the cash and turns to you.
Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest goes in his
The
pockets.
windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I don't have anything else to sell at the moment.
Another time, perhaps.
There we go, now we can go pay for the damages.
Can I help you?
So, about the money I owe you.
Yes. Have you got it?
I have your money.
Well,
Here's the bill. Slam the bill down on the counter. I hope you choke on it. Here it is, sorry for the trouble. Here's the bill.
great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
He opens his wallet.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests.
Okay, so now we have enough for a skill point somewhere. Reaction speed is so low. Oh, because of an item. Yeah, okay. I think I'm going to... I could probably put it in empathy. Composure would be pretty good as well. Decision. How come perception is so high on the skill things? I think I'm gonna go with composure, just so I have 1 point in there. You need to find 20 real to pay for your room at the Whirling, or it will be locked after 21. As long as you not have a free place to stay, you can do this every night. I don't think there's anything else to do right now.
Yes?
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Good night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Alright, let's go.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
He likes cigarettes. I didn't know you smoked, Kim. How do you think today went? So what are our powers exactly? The RCM says nothing, looking at that. I know you smoke.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How did you get so cool, Kim? I think I might want to pick up smoking. Do you have any more cigarettes? How did you get so cool?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
The light of a cigarette illuminates a fleeting smile. He flicks the hash.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit. Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor.
I'm so glad
This man relishes his cool quite
so
a
glad I
bit,
upgraded composure just for it to be relevant. I think I might want to come up to pick up smoking. Do you have any more cigarettes?
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my notes.
Right then, the debrief.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. Our inspection could have been more thorough, as it always can, but we have some leads we can follow up on. The body is still hanging from that tree, which is unfortunate. But we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great.
Though he wishes the body were out of the tree, he doesn't want you to feel too discouraged. Probably out of fear that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
Don't worry, Kim. I'll totally be up getting the body out of the yard tomorrow. I generally prefer to start searching the scene and then move on to removing dead bodies. I'm sorry, I couldn't do more today. I'm just not a very good cop, am I? Say nothing, just look at the city. Don't worry, Kim. I'll totally be up for getting the body out of the yard tomorrow.
I look forward to that. As for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her.
He
I
frowns.
have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
Mhm.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
That's funny.
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
Yes, it's part of the Jamrock Shuffle. I don't like to waste time, you know. My mind moves fast, the rest has to try to keep up. I'm training for a long distance run. I want to raise money for charity. Yeah, that's just how we roll in Precinct 41s. Yes, it's part of the Jamrock Shuffle.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills.
He nods thoughtfully, tapping his finger on his cigarette.
Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the
He's
orange.
complimenting my fit. Yeah. So, what are our powers exactly? The RCM.
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
1,000? Why not more? Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
1,000? Why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Okay, what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
Wait, how can we be sure the arrestees will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
When power calls you, you come. But power itself is a fragile trick of perception.
I see, and if someone resists?
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
Wait, so if I kill someone while on duty, what happens to the people we convict? And who makes all of these rules? Wait, so if I kill someone while on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
Makes sense. And what happens to people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
He taps on his coat pocket, where he keeps his notes. And who makes all of these rules?
The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
His gaze is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was a citizen of Revachol. Let's say it was the coalition's government.
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Moral intern, what is this?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
He pulls on his cigarette. If I didn't know, how would you describe them? I really don't know, that's how bad it is in there, in your head.
Okay. They're a union of center-left
Kim,
and
I'm
center-right
so unhinged,
parties
I don't
across
know
the
shit.
Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
What is their symbols?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something ominous.
Something ominous.
Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner. Something like the dark blue, serious
Stop.
color of the early night sky above.
They don't shut up. Who was Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age?
He thinks.
You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
He looks at the city below.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like the moral intern?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky.
He
They're not
quotes.
all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
He thinks, then changes his mind. I have an opinion on the moral intern.
Do you?
Concludes. The lieutenant arches his brow and pulls on his cigarette. It's a slim white thing in his finger. Things are bad out there. Point to the city. We need them here giving us the right to police Revachol. They've done an awful job here. Have you seen this place? This is inhumanism. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization protecting the bourgeois rights. Mother silently, immigrant, liberal. Men are turning into women. Second thought, I don't have an opinion, forget about it. No, me when all the women are very pretty. No, what will I do now? Things are bad out there. Point to the city. We need them here, giving us the right to police official. We've done an awful job here. Have you seen this place? This isn't humanism.
We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
Actually, vigilante is okay with me. Yeah, vigilante sounds bad. Maybe we should make our own law. Vigilante is okay with me.
Then
Sounds
you will
cool.
adore Martinez. For many of these people, the Union especially, vigilantes is precisely what we are. Personally, I don't enjoy it much.
He looks at the roundabout.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string from east to west as Revachol commutes back to the suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over.
Say nothing. Just look into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
He pulls on the cigarette. Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place has fallen between the cracks.
Hello, Frolcon. What's up? Also, I think the raid alert is functioning. That's good to know. Anyways, for the people that somehow don't know me, I'm Vivimente. I'm a Comfy 100 streamer. Tonight we're playing Disco Elysium, and I'm also testing if my computer is gonna die on me again. Because I had to restart everything again. And hopefully it's not gonna crash at 2 hours. Anyways, what's up? What are we doing today? In Jamrock and GRIH.
We run this city. West of the river is Elysium land.
It looks at the dark silhouette of the Equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
He shakes his head. I hope our investigation will help to improve the situation here. At least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
He says quietly.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
I'm gonna raid and run, getting started on a headache toward the end of the stream. Damn, that sucks. Drink some water and go take some rest. I didn't know you snuck. Okay, then. Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
He puts the stub of his cigarette and looks to the door. See you in the morning. Bye. Damn, should fuck, I forgot to tell him good night. Damn. It's okay, I'll do it. I'll do good morning tomorrow. Empty cassette case. There used to be a tape in this case, but it was destroyed in a fit of rage. Something about the Eternia's single smallest church in St. Hands must have rubbed someone the wrong way. The label says the song was recorded in 43. Words fail to describe how rank it smells in here. They should have sent the poet. How do I examine everything? Oh, tab, okay.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it,
The expression.
your face, adorned with the expression.
Lock the expression. Stop the expression from happening. Interfacing. Tool. Use your chain cutter to fix the faucet. Stop this. Oh, wait.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your fate. The faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place. You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet regains a recognizable shape. The steam stops. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
I am not going to remove the expression because it's very funny. I wanted to at least remove that.
The fan is spinning.
Pull on the light bulb.
The lights are on. The lights are off again.
Pull on the fan.
The blades come squeaking to a halt. The window stands broken in its... You see some lights shimmering at...
Okay, nothing new here. But we can leave outside. We can definitely go outside right now and go talk to everyone. Oh, he's not there.
Can I help you?
These people never go fucking sleep. Holy fuck. Can I wake him up?
The worker is in a deep slumber.
Although I don't remember if there was anything I needed to not be with him.
The man before you.
Yeah, I don't think anything's gonna be different.
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it?
There was a mug in the trash. Show him the mug.
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again?
Yes, does this racist mug have anything to do with it? Yes, this is adequate. No. Yes, what does this coin better not be taken out of historical context mug have anything? What does this racist mug have anything to do with?
Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You saying you picked it after the mug fucker? Cause he's the clothes fucker?
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Kuno. Someone's been tampered with the crime scene, clearing some of it up.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator.
He nods in approval.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching.
That's
Everyone
hilarious.
for my Kuno.
Yeah, get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face.
The ladder, ever climb it?
Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno killed.
So you would say that this ladder is unclimbable.
Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
It's a trap, Kuno. Don't climb it, Kuno.
Yeah,
Okay,
whatever.
I wanted to...
Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Okay, I need to put
Kuno
empathy.
does-
That's fine. I wanted to see if there was anything new while Kim's not there. And I think we already did the dialogue for... Yeah, we already did the dialogue for the other woman anyway, so I don't know. I don't think we have any reason to stay here. I might as well go sleep.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look...
Let me close the door.
The bed is cold. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes.
Finally, some goddamn sleep.
And then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Smells of alcohol and sweat. And grease.
Check the check the blanket.
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Roll over to the other side.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Who killed him?
Something
Who?
to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
No more thoughts. Fall asleep now.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Oh shit, we're getting dream. We're getting dream moments. We are so getting dream moments. Oh shit, that's me.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
What is this? I remember nothing. I was born in an hospital where people usually go die. I remember nothing.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Tell me what this is. I'm not answering you before you tell me who you are. He said, who? I left. I was left. I left.
Oh no, Funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I can get it all back. I don't want to come back.
They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
What is Elysium?
Everything. The Pale and the Islas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning,
Holy shit.
furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
I've talked to you before.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
The bed is still cold from... Good going, buddy. Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. That's not really true. Your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you
Was I
picked up
muted this whole
all
time?
day yesterday,
I hope I wasn't
despite
muted this
your
whole time. That's gonna
debilitating
suck.
hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor?
I guess I won't know until I could actually... let me go check the VOD. I need to go check the VOD because if I was muted this whole time, I'm gonna cry. One second. God damn it, I was fucking muted again. Damn, okay, that sucks.
You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it. It's that simple.
No, I can take this. I'm not going to go looking for speed.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
That's a lie. I can do this without the speed. Half the town won't be dead.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
I'll prove you wrong. Which is funny. Oh wait, no, I don't have electrochemistry. That's fine. Okay. I'll prove you wrong. I'll do this. No, he's not in his room. Anymore.
Morning.
He gives you a quiet nod.
Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
He points to the mess hall doors. Why do we need to talk to them? What do you mean, rowdy? Are these the men Guard told us about yesterday? Why do you need to talk to them?
Everything points to the dock workers' union. The belt used for hanging him, tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information, which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy.
What do you mean, Roddy?
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
Are these the men Guard told us about
I
yesterday?
completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said.
He looks at his notes.
One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
There are many of them. Maybe we should call reinforcements?
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives
Holy shit,
might
Kim,
not
you're talking a lot
warrant
louder now.
war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
Let's roll.
One more thing before we do.
He
We
glance.
don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
He glances at the boot again.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Okay.
Can I help you?
Oh, did I get another skill point already? I'm gonna put another point in empathy. Oh, I got another one. I got another composure. I could try to make the book girl not hate me. Close the water lock. Find the armor glove. Smoker on the balcony. At 9. Find money. Track down your gun.
Just a moment.
The old woman turns back to the cafeteria manager.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
Cafeteria manager appears genuinely apologetic.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway.
She turns back to you
I'm
with a
glad
weary
to see you
smile.
again, dear.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Good day, ma'am. Everything all right?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
She sighs. Wait, what's wrong with the phone line?
The manager was vague about it.
She frowns.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
Why did you need to use the phone anyways?
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
Okay, I'll bite. Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine. When you look around, you're still in the whirling in rags.
But you have more important things to worry about.
What is this expedition your husband was on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday.
She sighs.
What could be keeping them?
The waterlock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Wait, who's this Gary person? Do you trust him?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that.
She smiles.
Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
The waterlock on the other side of the coast is broken. They're probably just stuck over there.
Oh my. What happened to the waterlock?
You may not believe it, but it looks like some maniac crashed his motor carriage into it. Wouldn't you know, it's blocked by a big butter billboard. It fell right into the water.
Oh, sweetie. If it weren't for you, I'd be looking forward to another sleepless night. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
No way, that's so cool.
Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need.
Vanilla murder investigation.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work
We're definitely
that he
getting
may not know the
scientific
waterlock's been
experimentations in there.
repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll get him to know you're here. When or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
So your husband is some kind of scientist?
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
She says with a pinch of pride.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
The lieutenant sounds unimpressed.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Maybe you could convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids. Hell yeah.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Hey Lena, I'd like to ask you about some of the cryptids you studied. Could you just tell me about a couple of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Okay, Kim, just one little cryptid, promise. Cryptid extravaganza, I like the sound that. Okay, Kim, just one.
He nods and assumes a waiting posture. Cryptids, cryptids. Let's hear about all the interesting cryptids. Ooh, tough choice there.
What's the biggest cryptid? What's the tiniest cryptid? What's the most dangerous cryptid? Is that a cryptid on this pen you gave me? Take out the pen she gave you. Are there any invisible cryptids? This has been no, wait, we need... is that a cryptid on this pen you gave me?
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo.
War story?
Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva.
And there was something about an undiscovered subspecies of man?
Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, different genus. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own. Just like your partners.
For sure Kim's the same species as us, to suggest otherwise is stupid.
The lieutenant looks at you, pleasantly surprised.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that Saolites are inferior to us in many ways. You are superior. For example, your earwax doesn't have a foul odor like ours does.
What? Why are we having this discussion? I just wanted to learn about cryptids.
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. But perhaps we've had enough speculative biology for today?
This has been educational. Sadly, we need to discuss something else.
Of course, dear.
Tell me more about this rare insect your husband is looking for.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
You're right, we don't have time to talk about insects.
Of course, dear.
Tell me more about this Moral. Looks like your character. Tell me more about Moral. Looks, character, your relationship.
Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin.
What does your husband look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Let's try again. If I were trying to meet him on the street, why would I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame. And he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, just in case.
I think that's all the information I need. Let's move on.
I hope I've been useful.
That's all for now, ma'am. Okay, that's useful.
Let me handle this.
The woman says to the crowd in the mess hall before turning to you.
You seem a little different today. Less hospitable.
You are far from home, lieutenants. This isn't a district known for its love of self-proclaimed militiamen.
You're not the gardener. Now, let's talk seriously. I'm in no trouble. I'm here to do my job, that's all. You're right, Lieutenant. She did seem friendlier sitting on that corner. You're not the gardener.
That's right. I'm not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
It feels like she's waiting for a sort of reaction. Enough. Let's talk seriously.
Not a muscle moves in her face, but her eyes trace yours, stern and perceptive.
You are looking for Titus Hardy, who you think has information on a murder the RCM is investigating. You want to interview him.
She points to the man standing in the middle of the room.
That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest, if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What if I want to talk to you, not Titus?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
I saw what you were thinking. You want to say, what are you going to do to me? Don't. Just because it's in your head doesn't mean you have to say it. You will not lose out on anything good by not saying it.
Why are you so aggressive?
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
The tall, broad-shouldered man takes a sip of his beer.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
I like that. Good start. Let's take it a step further. Arm uprising. What are the unions from? I don't know where you heard that, but it's wrong. The Elysium is still principled and strong. And the privatization is not unlawful. It's not unlawful. It's cool and funny. Maybe you're just not. Is there... What am I reading? 1 second. I like that. Good start. Let's take it a step further. Armed uprising. What are the union's plan? I don't know where you heard that, but it's wrong. Seems principled and strong. It's not unlawful. No, you know what? What's the union's plan?
Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary.
What's your role in all of this?
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
She crosses her arm. What are you going to do to me? Oh fuck. Sorry.
What are we going to do to you?
She starts laughing. It's a cold laughter, devoid of
You
joy.
were specifically asked not to say that, and then you said it anyway, you junior delinquent. But you still did.
The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
A gruff hum from the table.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress.
She shakes her head. Find moral cryptozoologist. Track down your gun. Getting the hangman's boots. I might not be able to do that. Put the clothes in the trash. Track down your badge. Getting the body down. Find booze and drink it. Find the unarmored beloved. Now let's talk to him right now. I might as well clear it. It's a bull. There's spit in it, reeking of tobacco. Photo of man in overall, toting guns and union placards.
This is where you say your bit.
A broad-shouldered man points at you with a beer can.
Detective.
The lieutenant acknowledges you with a sharp note. He's leaving it to you. Don't say anything yet. First, we need to talk about your attitude. We need to talk about the hangman our back. Don't say anything yet.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Crosses your arm.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Not yet.
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
The lieutenant turns to the broad-shouldered man at the end of the table. We need to talk about the hangman out back.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
He looks around.
You're sure taking your time. Waiting for him to get ripe and pretty for you, huh?
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty boy smell.
Glenn nods along.
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job cut out for them. I mean, I wouldn't go in there for $1 million.
He slaps his forehead.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them.
That's a bad idea.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match.
Scan the room.
Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. In his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 45 or 46.
We're
Eldest
doing
in
the
the room.
Sherlock Holmes thing. We're
Probably
looking at them and
mid-50s.
we know exactly
Smoker.
who is
Quiet.
who in there.
Across, at the other table, hobnailed working boots, size 43, gang tattoos, Mesk or Sarah Mauritian, in his late 30s, early 40s, and then standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 46, the big dick, wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips, rugby cap, fingerless gloves, and numerous scars. A little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain, in the far corner. Standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 44. 40-something. Non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum?
And the little guy?
Size 41. With the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46. Deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He
That makes sense.
alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. There's the one that has a weird shoe.
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
I found 8 set of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where's the 8th guy, Hardy boy?
What are you talking about,
Where's the hate man?
man? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here.
He sizes up to you.
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
He shakes his head.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
This person Glenn wants to hire. He really respects her.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. End.
He points at the lieutenant.
You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
Lieutenant adjusts his spectacles.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Yeah, I'm not gonna accuse them of doing it, because that's bad. We already know that there's an 8, and that's good enough. Or do I have to ask them anyways?
Yes?
Fuck it. Let's ask them if they did it.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Titus does not look particularly happy to see you. The man in the backyard, did you do it?
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Why is there a container belt around the dead man's neck? Why are your boot prints all over the scene? I have spoken to the dead man in a bizarre occult vision. Why is there a container belt around the dead man's neck?
Container belt? Like we use in the harbor?
Yes, why?
Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him.
Okay, so you're literally admitting it. Okay, cool.
We did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
That's it, the game's over. We got the perpetrators. So you just confessed to murder. That's it, the game's over. We got the perpetrator.
No, you don't. What you have is 7 honest men who thought it forthcoming to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
You murdered him just like that, no remorse?
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Honestly, I drink so much I can't even remember anyone I sent behind bar. Look, I'm just doing my job, that's all. Honestly, I drunk so much.
Oh, so you are just a simple, well-meaning man, eh? Ever been in
Spits.
solitary? Prison is a charter. That's what it is.
Spits on the ground before him.
He's clearly been in solitary confinement, and at a young age.
That's rough.
Nonetheless.
So he's hanging a man, slowly, without breaking his neck.
Who called the shots that night?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
I don't have to. One of them was more complicit than the other. No, but seriously, who calls the shots around here? I don't have to. One of them was more complicit than the other.
That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide. Not for the officer making an arrest. Which we all know you won't be. What you can do right now is go back to your station and write a report.
It sounds almost helpful.
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
When did this incident occur?
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
The fixer turns to remind Titus.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
How long had you known the victim?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
He rubs his chin, pretending to mull it over.
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school?
I just want to hear it from you.
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school and many more of active service.
Can you give us a few more details? Did you muffle him? We haven't heard any reports of screams.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him. Dragged his
He's
unconscious
being
body
really
to the tree,
cooperative for someone
put
that
a
just
noose
admitted
around
to a
his neck,
murder.
and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
So you must feel really confident in saying this.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
How did you manage to overpower him? Where did this overpowering happen? Things aren't quite right here, are they?
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But
First, tell me who's solid. Who's cracking under the pressure?
Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch.
I'm so glad
not
I
his
leveled
first
up
time being
composure.
questioned by the police. This little rat-faced fellow is solid too. Always fidgety, yes, but no change there. Him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there.
Oh, there's nothing? This one, he's sweating profusely, has difficulty breathing. You've smartly kept him out of conversations thus far. Definitely the weakest link in the chain. How did you manage to overpower him?
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here.
Looks at the woman.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Hey, you having trouble breathing over there?
No.
He looks up, startled, his forehead shiny from sweat. A few coiled locks are raking out from under his warm woolen hat.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
The man next to the big guy burst out laughing.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
Right, I have other questions about the lynching.
Like what, Copper?
Why did you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
So he was a mercenary, that's it?
And he stepped out of line.
He repeats, jaw clamped shut like a vice.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
Hold on, how do you even know he was in the special forces?
'Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm Oranese goddamn special forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some Oranese paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did. Right there. Like some kind of animal.
He points at the stage.
This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Okay, besides crimes against karaoke, what did he actually do wrong? Besides crimes against karaoke, what did he actually do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
There's a slight unease in him, suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grab one
That
of ours
sounds kinda fucked
mid-karaoke,
up.
right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
The lieutenant is trying to make sense of the flood of information.
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming, show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
He shakes his head in disbelief. Is this the same girl who said... Okay, then. Now, about the men who kill.
What about him?
So what are we going to do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus.
The lieutenant closes his
I've done
notebooks.
this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Rent-a-cop? So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals.
Established authority, that's 3%. I don't think I want to try that right now. I'm going to take off now. I think we got enough information. I don't want to mess around with this. Does this person have anything new to say?
Can I help you?
No.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
You know what's behind this door?
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Fair enough. Dr. Titus established authority in the Hardy Boys' eyes. That's not gonna be enough. Alright.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Please connect me to Sylvie again.
Just a second. Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes. Hello?
Hey Sylvie, it's the police again.
Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
You know all my paperwork ended up in the trash container behind the whirling.
Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective?
Have you seen my policeman uniform?
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco things.
Have you seen my gun?
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective.
I showed you my gun. When did it happen?
You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating and...
She stops, hesitantly, not sure if she should continue. Actually, no, I don't want to know. I don't want to know what happened.
Great. Anything else?
You quit your job at the whirling? Why?
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Alright, I won't push this on this. Are you ever coming back to work?
Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right
Okay,
now.
I think I know where this is going and I don't want to mess with her.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Firewalker.
Right.
10-4, come in. Firewalker, over.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through.
I need information, not fear.
Be smart about this. Ask if he's there alone.
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question.
Hold on, are you alone in this room? I need some confidential information about myself.
That's a negative, sir. I got a 10-12 here. Over.
Have I ever told you about my life before the RCM?
10-4, well That's,
Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent on disrupting our work?
he asked if he ever told me about his days before joining.
For God's sake, cut this shit out! Tell him to stop wasting time and be a goddamn...
Sir, Satellite Officer Vicmar.
I heard him.
So, was there anything else?
Alright, that's good.
Understood, sir. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Okay, nothing useful here. The smoker on the balcony at 21. I guess the next step would be talking to Joyce, because we need to get that. Oh wait, Charles is here first.
Hello again, sir.
Okay, I'm going to do something new.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
Hey, why do you keep your hands folded?
What do you mean, sir?
She looks wary.
She knows where this is going.
You don't need to be worried, I'm here to help.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest, a facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals.
It's okay.
She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
You bite your nails.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
She shoots you a suspicious glance. There were a few other hints.
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
Her eyes flash with defiance. She's not impressed.
She actually is impressed. This is more like a defensive reflex.
What more? I bet I can figure out why you bite your nail. I got a few reasons in mind.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Rats have been nibbling on your fingers. Child labored in dismal working conditions. Chewed on nails mean you're recycling your body material. It's an intense dedication to the way of business. There's no riches without personal sacrifice. You're uptight because of your mother and the pressure she's putting on you.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't.
Either way, another execution by the number one detective in town. I hope this entertained you.
It was okay, sir.
She's still got a rebellious streak.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
Think so? Fine, do better. Do something about me.
You're quite sober.
She snaps back quickly.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Wait, how do you know? I'm usually not?
Because you usually aren't.
And I'm having a grand time.
I sure hope you are, sir.
She rubs her red nose.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar, somehow.
What are you missing here? Why does this feel familiar?
You have absolutely no idea. Familiar?
Damn.
How? You must have forgotten something you heard again.
Why can I ask what's her name when Jim already knew? Okay, bye. See you later around. I see a sturdy woman humming to herself. She seemed to be browsing a book. A good one, points at the book.
Yes? Hello?
She nods, her attention fully focused on reading. Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman. Why isn't she working?
What are you doing?
Looking for something to read.
She reversed her attention to a worn out paperback. Good, good.
It is.
I'm a policeman.
I know you are.
Good then.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need the help of a policeman?
What with?
Watch her browse books.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking.
Maybe your husband is missing?
My husband? No, he's not.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
What does that even mean?
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies. It's better to indulge him at this point.
What do you mean I'm being cockatoo? Man, I was asking about your cockatoo. Is it missing?
I don't even have a cockatoo. And guess what?
Alright, cockatoo not missing. I just wanted to make sure.
Great.
Just one more question. What did you mean by being cockatoo?
Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested. There's a great book in the bookstore.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain?
My astral
Or
captain?
your heraldic bird?
Actually, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Thanks for the tip. You're being sarcastic. Let's talk about something else.
Please. Let's do.
Maybe your children are missing.
No, absolutely not.
Right, thanks.
She gives you a short nod and shifts her attention back to books.
That's all for the moment.
The woman before.
Okay. Let's not get distracted and actually let's actually progress toward what we're in need of doing. We're actually gonna do this correctly. For once.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Let's talk more about this boat you're on. Tell me what wild pond. Tell me more about the strike at the harbor.
Of course.
No.
Of course. How else can I help?
What am I missing
I'm
badge
afraid I
again?
can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol.
Enlargement.
Favors for favor.
Of course. The situation is...
Okay, this is the harbor. The victim statue. Where do I get my fucking badge? Okay, so I guess we're not gonna have that until...
It's the legend. Oh, and the cool piece of toilet paper is stuck to the back.
Let's pick the toilet paper.
It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Take it off?
Still wet, The toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks marginally better.
Smell ledger.
The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner. You know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axel, or something.
I know.
At some
Sylvia
point
already
in
told
its
me I don't
journey,
get it in the toilet.
If you knew it was dunked in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash, why are you sniffing it?
The option to sniff was there. I'm a policeman. This is... Maybe it's my fetish. The option was there.
So you wanted to get in on the trash toilet stink collab. Find out what happens when those two get funky together? Okay, pal.
Are you getting angry with me, Nose?
Yeah. Turns out your nose doesn't like self-indulgent literal shit huffing. Quelle fucking surprise. Come on, no more. The ledger is going back down, away from your nose now.
Slide the hidden drawer open.
Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see 2 ticket stubs.
Why? Why is that an option? Holy fuck. What? Huh?
The words just crossed your mind somehow.
Who were they for?
Who do you think? It's slightly,
Holy
ever so
crap.
slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your
Browse
hand.
the case file again.
Arson, petty theft. You don't exactly close them.
Okay, this isn't working out. Okay, I absolutely need to get my fucking badge. Let's go talk more on the people around.
Hello again, officers. Have you come?
Nothing new here. Because I don't want to take a deal directly with Joyce just yet. Because I don't really know if I want to deal with the consequences. Oh wait, you can collect... You collect trash from this? Can I pick those up? We are so collecting everything. We're so making money. And we're making everything cleaner. I should have done this sooner. That could have paid for the thing without selling the spinner. Oh well. We're getting so rich from that. Who's this? Because we also need to find the 8th person of the union. Oh, there's more people here.
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right?
Discard thought. No. Not now.
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul.
Oh, not him. Must be talking about him. Can I pick all of those up? We're so rich. We're so rich.
You broke down the back door, the wards, the door. It's all gone now. Dark psychic energy leeching onto my shop.
Sometimes it's necessary to resort to extreme measures.
I suppose it's all over now. I guess there's no escape.
Shoulders slump as if a heavy burden lies on them. What is she talking about? It's just a door.
Just a door? This place is cursed, Detective. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Just look at the sheer amount of companies that have failed in this house. I hope you're happy now. Happy that you've ruined everything.
I've ruined everything?
Now that you've broken the door, the curse is coming to get me as well.
She closes her eyes and starts mumbling something to her pendant.
Host Almighty, she prays. Guard me and my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the door. Blessed be your name.
Curse, but curses aren't real, ma'am.
Of course you would think that. You're nothing but a policeman.
She shrugs, visibly dejected.
All
You
right,
ruined
you know
everything!
what? I'm willing to let you investigate the doomed commercial area. We are set on the path. There's little else to do.
I've already done it.
Her facade has dropped. Now you see the curiosity behind the fear.
Our fucking tune changed.
Before we go on, tell me, did you encounter the malignant entity?
Of course, the entity. Closes your eyes. I didn't see her, but I sense her presence.
You did? Then it has to be true. I've suspected that this woman-shaped energy must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you see that she lives inside the chimney?
You mean the chimney? That's part of the central furnace. I heard voices coming from there. Chimneys are big enough for anyone to live there. Chimney, the passage between heaven and hell. Of course, it all makes sense now.
Yes, I've heard that. It's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains upstairs. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. And do return to me after you've talked to it. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse.
If you're really interested in cracking this mystery, then we should go back to the furnace. Maybe you could yell into it or something. Make some noise. You'll think of something, you always do.
Despite his cool, the lieutenant's interested in solving this mystery, too.
All the pressure has made Anna really anxious. You know she's been chewing her nails?
God, I've told her not to do that. It's disgusting. And I told you to mind your own business. Clearly, you have no idea how hard it is to raise a girl in this economy.
This economy is a mysterious force, like cosmic weather. Mysterious and harsh.
I don't think she can do anything about it.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
What you're doing is wrong. Even I know, and I usually don't know anything. That is true. Obviously the will of the market, but maybe make an exception for your daughter? Yeah, actually, it's super alright for kids to chew their end off. Forget I said anything. What you're doing is wrong. Even I know that, and I usually don't know anything.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change. This is a person coming to terms with a new reality, one where they are wrong. It's not easy.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there.
I got bad vibes about this.
There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
She stops, but her mouth keeps moving.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
You're like Annette to your husband and your mother. It's not compassionately.
Yes. Sometimes it's better to let people come to these conclusions themselves.
Is she an only child?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
Once again, I'm gonna be right back. Alright, sorry for the wait. No, we really couldn't have afforded more children, really, not in this economy.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior.
Why not?
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Children are a lot of work. You don't look like a father, so I don't expect you to understand. I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand.
She catches herself. Is this husband's Annette's father?
Yes. My husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
Wait, Grand Couronne? What's that?
It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighbourhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
Your smile is wide, and your husband's also involved in the bookstore.
He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Alright, I had something else in mind.
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
I have a few more questions about the curse.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits.
Have you sought help from anyone?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
She nods at the strange cage-like trinkets on the curtains.
The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear, it's not enough.
Is your pendant part of the well? Part of the wards as well?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store.
Okay, this is one of those people.
Anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Listen to this woman, like if items could give you any boost to your stat. What a silly things to say. Why didn't you tell me about right away about its curse?
It's
the
not good
curse.
to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
Those are cool words. How did this curse manifest
The
itself?
curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
A shiver runs through the woman as she looks around the dimly lit store.
It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Her voice drops to a whisper. She peers at the curtains again.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Okay, I'm a little confused. What does that mean?
Everyone knows that all the previous companies in this building have sooner or later declared bankruptcy, and their malicious spirits are still here, feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
Don't mention it.
She nudges her glasses, anxious and tense.
Never mind, I got other questions.
The woman looks aloof.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
What are you missing here? Why does this feel familiar?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Second thought, maybe I shouldn't remember. Maybe there's a reason I forgot. Hang on, so you know me. We've met before.
Yes, I used to stand out there all the time before Mother told me to focus on my homework. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir, apologizing to everyone. I don't really understand what you've done wrong.
Did I ever talk to you?
Of course, you stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
Thanks, I'm trying.
Yeah, I can see. You don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on, he thinks. Not at all.
Like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too. Good thing she didn't say party eyes loud. Her mother's nearby. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy.
The girl doesn't know what she's talking about. Forget about this.
Don't leave us hanging like that, man. Open yourself to the experiences of the world. Expand your consciousness with amphetamine.
I love electrochemistry so much. Thanks, I've learned something about myself today.
I'm glad I could help you, sir.
So what are you doing now?
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess.
She looks into her notebook with trepidation.
Oh, I found something while you were away.
What is it?
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
A Dick Mullins hat? No way. A detective hat?
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that.
She grins.
Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Before
Okay,
Mum
bye.
notices.
See you around. Medicine. If anything, this wide-rimmed hat looks even better than what the hat Dick Mullen wears. Dick Mullen is stupid and not even real. You're real. Your brain is real. You're the real brain inside the hat. Damn. Although we'd have to get rid of the frog hat. It's fine. We're gonna look even cooler with it. It's a sacrifice we must pay. That doesn't look hot at all. Okay. Let's save here. Also, we're past the point of where the PC, we're almost past the point where the PC normally crashes. We're at like 2 or 16. I wonder if it's actually fixed. That'd be cool.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
Look through the display of books.
Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook.
What's it about?
High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other.
Okay.
Next to that, Rivasholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long.
She understands she has erred against the customer and immediately corrects course.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
Several maps have been... The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map
Thorkeep,
of
can I buy
Insulinda.
these
I'm
maps?
sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Why is the one of Martinez so cheap?
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be.
Oh, that sounds
From
useful.
when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago, they also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
What happened then?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up.
Oh, I want to buy the map.
It's always good to be informed of your surroundings.
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou.
You are here.
Another, far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme, Ozon, Laurentide, Fas
Ghost
Alame,
Island.
Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you. Radiating outwards from you, the suzerain Revachol, with a radius of 80 kilometers, still, the crown jewel of this Isola would be barely visible.
Can you see cities on the islands?
You can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star, on Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu, on archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers, on Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas, lost little pearls of light, tiny fires in the dark. 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history.
Look at
the
edges.
ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Mwindi is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. 850 million people live on these. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a
We are
great
learning so
artificial
much
heart
right
in
now.
the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East.
And the west of the river.
Prud'homme, it's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Faubourg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst.
And Martinez?
It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is, north of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, Coal City is worse. A charred limb. Rain falls on its slick black streets. And then there's the burnt-out quarter in the heart of Jamrock. Is it cold in this bookstore? Or is it just you? No.
Sheesh.
This is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive.
All this for maps.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Look through the shelves.
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
How does that work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything.
Oh, it's those kind of books.
Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
Huh, interesting.
Various paranatural books.
What about this one?
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen. Crime fiction is a disgrace. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Sure thing.
You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard.
That's a lot of books.
The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the Murder House. The Final Case of Dick Mullen. An Obvious Lie. Dick Mullen in the Clock Tower. The Ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's Funeral Pyre. The Murder of Dick Mullen.
Dick Mullen dies?
Oh no. Turns out he faked it to solve a case.
Are there any more?
Yes. There's also The Dame Who Did It. Farewell, My Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series.
Why does he
morbid
fake his
tales
death so
of
much?
Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death.
I love how many
And,
books
of
they
course,
wrote for
Dick
this.
Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Who is Dick Mullen?
Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity.
What do we have here? Mistaken
A
Identity.
worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic Hard-Boiled Phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence.
Why does this speak to me?
Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals?
That's probably right. I'm a complicated guy full of contradictions.
Then this is the book for you.
I want to buy this Dick Mullen novel.
Of course. Such violence and immorality. I mean, enjoy.
We must find a solution.
In your hand, you hold Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. The brittle paperback feels fragile to the touch.
Examine the cover.
The cover features a pastiche of different scenes. In the foreground, a man in a dark overcoat clutches a pistol to his chest. Rising up behind him are two silhouettes wrapped in a passionate embrace. The tagline reads, Detective Dick Mullen must prove his innocence after an old friend is murdered by someone who looks just like Dick Mullen. That seems to sum up the premise nicely. Needless to say, It violates nearly every RCM regulation for a detective to investigate a murder in which he is a suspect.
How awful.
Are you really reading that, detective?
I need to know who this Dick Mullen guy is.
Good luck finding it. He's not much of a character, I think you'll find. Just a stand-in for the reader.
The point is for the reader to feel like they're solving the crime along with Dick Mullen. A crude narrative convention, but no less effective for it.
Start reading.
The story opens with a knock at the door. Detective Dick Mullen is greeted by an old friend, Charlie Spillane, who's come to Mullen to ask a favor on this dark and cold night. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vespa to a small town along the Elysium coast. Despite his friend's apparent agitation, Mullen does as he's asked, then returns home where he passes out drunk, as he does most nights. An extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype that's offensive to all upstanding officers of the law, but also extremely accurate.
Hey, I'm just trying. I'm trying at least. Look, I can't judge. Keep reading. I don't need to read this. I'm already living it. Hey, at least I'm trying.
Give it time. You'll fall off the wagon sooner or later.
Keep reading.
2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vespa police and charged with the murder of Charlie Spillane. At his interrogation, Mullen learns that Charlie Spillane was shot in a bar in the very town Mullen dropped him off in by a man matching Mullen's description. Desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the Vespa police to release him for 3 days so that Mullen may solve his friend's murder and prove his innocence.
The cops release their prime murder suspect to find... You can find the real killer? Are you shitting me?
What's the matter, detective?
I don't know who's writing this shit, but I get the feeling they aren't expert on homicide investigations.
The lieutenant shrugs, resigned to the idea that his profession will rarely, if ever, be accurately represented in art and literature. They're not shitting you, detective. This is what the writers think passes for police procedure.
Okay, so Mullen didn't do it.
Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullen returns to the seaside bar where Spillane was murdered and meets a beautiful, mysterious woman named Diana Deneva.
Nice, a dame.
And not just any dame. She's truly one in a million, a knockout whose mind is as dangerous as her curves. But she's got a secret.
Man, who doesn't?
Secrets are the currency of human relations. Your secrets are unknown, even unto you. So does that make you a rich man or a beggar?
Now it's getting interesting.
Deneuve reveals that she was Spillane's lover, and that he was mixed up with a local amphetamine smuggling operation. As soon as Mullen begins pulling at strings, the whole conspiracy begins to unravel.
No way.
Not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the son of a powerful politician and a strung-out art collector named Torvald, each of whom has his own reasons for wanting Spillane dead.
Tell me about the corrupt police captain. I want to hear about the politician's son. What was about an art collector? Okay, let's get on with the story.
Evening, Diana Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The two of them drink half a bottle of vodka, and soon they're seeking comfort in each other's arms. Yes, comfort and pleasure. The warmth of another human's touch. The burning taste of liquor on her full, sweet lips. Well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer.
How does Mullen expect to solve the murder if he's sleeping with a witness? Nice, get it, Mullen. I'm not sure I'm happy with this, but maybe the story will turn it around.
As the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette, Diana Deneuve turns to Mullen and says, "By the way, Dick, there was something else I meant to tell you. I love you." Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out cold instantly.
Fuck.
When Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to him. To make matters worse, his clothes are covered with her blood.
Double fuck.
Mullen trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing it's only a matter of hours before the cops discover Deneuve's body, if they haven't been tipped off already. Fleeing a crime scene, destroying evidence. Even if Detective Mullen didn't commit the murder, he should be facing years behind bars.
I can't believe you would do that. That's
Dick
such
Mullen
a crime.
won't be sent to the clink for the sake of some legal niceties. The heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before the cops catch up to him, he's going away for life.
No way.
Can you solve the case before the cops close in?
I've already figured it out.
So, who did it, detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve?
Dick Mullen did it.
Have you been paying attention at all? It wasn't Mullen. It was an imposter. Now go on. Find out who really did it. You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these
We're reading
books
this
follow
book
a
so
series
fast.
of well-worn tropes, you find yourself completely engrossed. You're turning pages so fast, you don't even notice the ancient spine coming unglued. You try to grab the pages as they come loose,
Reaction
but your
speed
fingers
impossible.
aren't quick enough. Dozens of pages scattered across the floor. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost. It's possible that you could gather and reassemble the pages, but it would take way too long.
Now I'll never know.
Too bad, detective. If it's any consolation, the resolution is almost never very satisfying. And on that note, perhaps we should get back to making sense of our own case?
Last year, more than 71% of murders in Revachol went unsolved. In Revachol West, that number was closer to 85%. In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the...
Damn, I can't believe we broke the book. We were so close. Alright, we should probably get on and actually go investigate.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it
I love
pitch
that this
black.
game adds in a whole fully voiced story that's unrated to this game. I think they probably added a bunch because there's like a lot more books you can buy, and I feel like they probably wrote something for all the fucking books because the devs are insane.
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
You hear a woman's voice.
you've awakened the entity.
Hello, are you there? Speak to me.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Nice! We did it! We're so going to talk to someone new and important. We're so going to learn something important. But where are the clothes that used to display? I don't know what that means. I guess it's because it's like a fashion thing. Oh! That's like a nice place. This tray is full of dice, colorful polyhedral dice, hundreds of them. The candy dispenser has been repurposed to contain 1,000 of dice.
Hello, I'm Nia.
A bird-like woman sits on a throne of tools, with emerald light shining through her hair.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius.
She taps on her headphones.
So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this. masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Hold on, what do you mean by Milius?
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these.
She pats the headphone on the table.
Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
You must have confused me with someone else. I haven't knocked on your window.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Why are you asking me about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker.
That's
Tell
so
me the
cool.
name of your role-playing system and
cool.
I'll make the die you need.
Oh.
That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing
That's exactly
games?
what I'm here.
You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Sure, I like role-playing games and I need dice. Maybe, I'm not really sure why I'm here, to be honest. No, I was looking for someone else, something else. Squint your eyes mysteriously. Answers. I'm not interested in buying dice right now. I'm a police officer. Sure, I like some role-playing games, and I need some dice.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
The walls around her are covered with rows of precious stones and minerals.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shelves like stalagmites. This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly.
What do you know about the man who was lynched behind the whirling in rags?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here. The lieutenant looks at his notebook. Then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
And you never took off your eyes to look out of the window?
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
That's a good point.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides,
I love her so
rarely
much.
get up to look out the window
She's
when I'm
so
in the
cute.
zone.
Do you often work Sunday nights?
It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer.
This is my
doing
favorite
this
blower
to
bow in this
sitting at
game.
home.
This is my favorite blower bow. What do you mean, the daily ruckus?
Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard.
She stops and tries to come up with an example.
During daytime, there are usually those kids, and lately I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder investigation would intrude upon her focused existence.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
I see. Thank you for your answers.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
How did you become a dice maker?
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
You like role-playing games yourself?
Not especially. I like working with rare
You don't like them
materials
and you're
a
making
steady
dice?
pace.
What's wrong with you?
And role players as customers? They're nice people.
She's thankful for the security they provide her.
Okay, I'd like to order a die from you.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Do you have any cursed dice?
What do you mean by cursed?
As cursed as this commercial area. As cursed as my life.
All right. How about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and I'll give you your cursed die.
It's a deal.
Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
I want to see a cursed dice. Hey, where are we anyways?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
She looks at the ruddy bricks that makes up the wall, even though they've been repainted and there are signs of coal black soot in here and there.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
Do you know what happened to the other tenants? Everyone else is gone.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
There was a terrifying taxidermied bear in the cellar. I found a strange machine.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She closes her eyes as some remnant of a memory lights up in her face.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw 2 of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
What do you mean, liberal? What happened?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times.
She looks at the hallway as if she can still hear the chit-chat behind the curtains on a cigarette break.
They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
From what I've seen of their project, the project did look quite impressive.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic.
This feels so weird that this game is talking about that when something equally fucked up happened to the devs that made this game.
She's right. Showing up to work on time is important.
Like, this is fucked up.
Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult, especially if you've been drinking.
That's too bad. I would have supported them. The project looked great.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
She tosses a pair of dice on the table. One of them stops near the edge of the metallic desk.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die.
No!
The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Oh, that's pretty.
Anything else?
What's with the rotor blades and skis?
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
She rests her chin on her hand with an impish smile.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tumutiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
That's illegal, running off with company money like that. Why?
That's illegal, running off with company money like that. Why?
Me, when I accidentally have the stream play on my phone because I was watching to check if everything was fine during the raid. Damn, that's so scary. Imagine hearing yourself and then you're stuck hearing yourself and then you're stuck hearing yourself and then you're stuck. Build time. Don't forget to take your pills. Interesting. What do these transmissions say?
The usual, I imagine.
Also,
She's
we're
been
past
thinking up
two,
all kinds
we're
of
like
new business plans
2:47 in the
ways
stream.
to get
If we
started
go
on
like
them
3
just
hours,
as
this
soon
means
as
that
he
we
returns.
solved the problem, and that's pretty fucking cool. Her smile widens before she sees the lieutenant's face behind you.
Men like that are a curse.
The lieutenant is stern.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those keys and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
I found creepy mannequins.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
The insect rights activists? What in the name of...
The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
Insects don't have any brains or feelings. They just got what they deserve. Making clothes of the beetle wings is a terrible idea. I'm glad that someone took care of the little guys. I like insects. Nod.
Really? Anyway.
She looks at the window still, where a dead fly is lying on its back, leg curled up in a bow tie.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
There used to be a hair salon here, right?
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
So true, bestie.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
So true, bestie.
It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
What's wrong with a bit of experimenting? Customers should have been more open-minded. I would never let anyone androgynous touch my hair, not even if my life depending on it. I guess I'm a simple man. I don't really have opinions on hairstyle. What's wrong with...
I guess it just wasn't the time yet.
What happened to the gym? She tucks a strand of hair under the headscarf.
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemiteps Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
And who was Artemistep?
A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
How did that community project work out?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse.
That's what I figured.
At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
You should have known it.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
I found the building's intercom, but it's not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me.
She rubs her forehead. Her scarf let a faint line on her dusky skin.
I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
So you're telling me you have a doorbell there. Which one?
The one with an empty name card. It's the last one in the list. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
I have a few more questions about the building.
Sure, I'm listening.
What's up with the broken windows?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milieu. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
It's a shame about those windows, but I'm not even going to ask about that milieu. Cool, very cool about debris, but what's a snuff milieu?
It's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
What does she mean, to get off on it.
I think we both know what she means, electrochemistry.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
The lieutenant turns to you.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Then she lets go the thought. Did somebody makes stuffed animal? I saw mounts lying around.
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
But what drugs exactly?
Let it pass.
Anything else?
There was a terrifying taxidermied bear in the cellar.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here.
She smiles and leans closer, hands on her knees, like a stand-up comedian really ready to tell a story.
The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
Alright, what about the other idea?
There was really just one. And it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
She leans back, disapproving.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls. Fritte does the same thing.
What did they expect? 20 cents per hour is dog's pay. I'm surprised they showed up to work at all. That's an award-winning idea. How else would you choose people around you? I don't have an opinion on employing teens. 20 cents per hour is kind of dog shit pay.
Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. There were also acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the ice cream stand. And they already had the bear.
She closes her eyes as remembering something painful. What about the bear?
The bear.
She repeats, pressing the thumbs into her temple, like trying to suppress a headache. It didn't work out.
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Ravachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
Oh, that sounds really good right now. I'd love to have that. I killed the bear. Is the market doing a job? I'm sure the bear was doing great. The bear was scary. I killed the bear.
You did what?
She rolls her swivel chair an inch closer to you, unsure whether she heard you right. I had to kill the bear to become the bear. I murdered it with my own bare hands. I laid it to rest. It's my trophy now. I unplugged the fridge to help. I unplugged the fridge to help Ralph acidity cut their losses. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I murdered it with my own bare hands. I laid it to rest. It's my trophy now.
Really? You broke it? What a shame. It was a terrifying beast, but I was fond of it.
No!
The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherion.
Continue.
Sounds cool.
Megatherion?
Megatherion. A mega wild beast.
No, it's the dice maker. What's a mega wild beast?
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
A wise and noble beast, guiding
of course
you
you'd say
toward
that.
the land where the streets are paved with drugs.
With drugs?
The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
Grab your necktie, Mumble. Not now, you beast!
What?
Do you ever feel like your vision beast is trying to blackmail the fun out of you?
No, officer. I don't have a vision beast. Normal people don't have vision beasts. Only drug-addled madmen like the taxidermist do.
What about horrific neckties? Do normal people have horrific neckties?
Neckties? I guess they do sometimes, officer. But I don't understand how it's relevant to our discussion.
You wouldn't get it.
Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
I love how we've still not progressed this case.
Outside it's light. Light scatters from the low-hanging cloud cover. There's always the threat of snow.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
I have more questions about the intercom.
I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit.
I heard this place is
What
cursed.
else?
Did you know that the people call it Doom Commercial Area?
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
She nods as the winds howl in from the furnace shaft above. Wait, how do you explain what happened to all these companies then?
It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail.
Plaisance is the one who sent me. She's convinced that the place is swarming with malicious energies.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow?
Actually, the bookstore isn't doing that well. There are hardly any customers, and she has to exploit her own daughter to keep the company going. The curse is binding its time before it strikes again. Sooner or later, everyone will fail, even her. I don't know why the bookstore hasn't gone bankrupt, but that's why I'm here to investigate. Actually, the bookstore isn't doing that well.
Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
You're right, the whirling doesn't really look like it's cursed.
And then there is me.
She sighs, looking over at their messy work table. All kinds of tools lie there scattered, from knives to carving files to wire cutters.
I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
"3 hours, let's go!" Yeah, we've done it. We've reached 3 hours. Let's see how far we can push it. And by that, I mean, let's see how far until I get tired. I'll be the first to admit that there are many inconsistencies with this so-called curse.
I was just about to ask, what do you think? Do you think the curse is real?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
I think it still might be you that's causing it. I'm starting to see that there's no curse, only business dedication and natural market and fluke. Honestly, I'm not quite sure this was a puzzling place. I think it might be you. Honestly, I'm not quite sure this was a puzzling place.
Is it now? I've always thought it's a rather mundane and boring place with no supernatural surprises in sight. Well, if you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the curse, let me know.
She turns back to her work.
Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
Why hasn't her business failed? I have more questions about this building.
I'm listening.
Nah.
Good. I hope it clarified things a bit.
We're good.
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
Start taking off your clothes. You don't need to connect. No, let's not.
Yes?
I wanted to talk to him. No. Oh, do I need to?
Yes?
God damn it, I couldn't talk to him. That's... Interfacing, I should. Yeah, let's put 1 point in there, just so I have one. And then I can probably start putting points elsewhere, just because now I'll at least have one everywhere, so that should at least help me out. Can I retry the pry bar thing?
This orange machine is dead still.
No. Okay. So I think now we should probably start. Never mind, looks like okay,
The afternoon sun shimmers off the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage.
Wait, why am I even thinking about this? Wasn't I supposed to
do something important? Something murder related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. This is a Caprice Canema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful
Okay, it looks like we're talking
workhorse,
about cars, never
Caprice
mind.
40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Canema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds.
When it's roll over the first sharp
and
corner?
go on to a top speed of the high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Canema effectively a mobile power plant.
This tech talk is really rubbing me the right way here.
Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
That really puts the loco back in locomotion, points to the vehicle. Very cool. I don't like your machine looks impractical. Very cool.
You want to take a closer look?
What's it packing in there? Points to the engine.
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
That's a 7-liter V12.
7.2. Supercharged.
The lieutenant is trying to suppress his smug smile. Unsuccessfully. There you
Saying
go. Sorry.
these words brings him immense joy.
What in there made the infernal whining rock sound that woke me up?
You mean the coil noise?
What is coil noise?
When variable current passes through wires that make up the coils on the electrical system on this machine, it causes vibration in the wires and the cores of the When the frequency of the current in the cores falls within the audible range, the resulting vibration creates the whiny sound you mentioned.
Whatever you do, don't make fun of the lieutenant for explaining this to you.
That's exactly what I thought.
Of course.
Fine machine. Run your hand over the smooth metal surface.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
There's gentleness in the lieutenant's voice as his eyes run over the vehicle's contour.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down.
What did you mean by this?
It's a bit girly right now. Fit it with some proper off-road components.
Okay, enough about the details.
Anything else?
Let's move on.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
What do you see in his eyes?
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
My man, I want to know about your soul.
Cool, cool. We all want to know each other, know each other's woes and all. But people, man, they have slippery souls.
Just like that, he slips out of your reach. It is
Damn, we still don't have enough empathy. This truly is a shame. Is Grandma talkable today?
The woman still.
No. Oh hey, still standing there.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
You don't have any tips on how to punch a guy out, do you? Say a really big race to your wrist, guarding a button.
Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped. Learn by failure, I always say.
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measurehead first. Return if you fail.
What's this guy say?
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
Measurehead thing didn't really go well for me. Could you help me with that somehow?
Sorry. Busy surveying the situation. I'm sure you'll figure something out. You guys have all sorts of gadgets these days.
He takes a swig from his flask.
Wiretapping, telescopic batons, futuristic circuit bending to infiltrate harbor machinery. Maybe you could even knock that Kowalson crane over using some remote controls.
That's so clever.
Or calling in tactical air support. You guys have air support, right?
Wait, we have air support? Why didn't you tell me?
Because we don't. We don't have air support or any of those other things.
I get it. Hush hush about the secret technology.
He pats the size of his nose with his index finger.
Something changes in his disposition. A merciful smile in the corner of his eye.
All right, I may have some advice for you on how to deal with Jean-Luc there, out of solidarity to the RCM. It's low in technology, however.
Yes.
First, don't fight him, obviously. Second, get him to share his theory by being subordinate. Admit your lack of expertise. Basically grovel. That's how I do it. You're welcome.
Maybe that would work. We'll have to see.
I don't know about that. Maybe.
Looking for something odd? Come.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
What to do with the trash? I guess you just sell them.
The worn map features
Oh, I should look at that
patchwork
actually.
grid of the streets of Martinez,
There's a
with
patchwork
directions
grid.
to appropriately touristy locations. Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Cypar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and...
Oh, okay, cool, thanks. So how do I sell the bottle?
tear machine stands in the
Oh,
corner.
here. Insert your
Your
bottles.
bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now. Do you know what you should do with that money, kiddo? You should buy more alcohol. Enter the endless cycle of
I'll think about
consumption.
that. I'm doing so well now, I can't start doing that. That's bad. I wouldn't give up entirely on this right away. We know better than this. I don't think anything new is gonna be happening here. Oh, what's this? Alright. Man, I wish we could find our fucking badge already.
The worn and beaten.
We can sit on.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need.
Still don't know anything about that member. Still gonna tell me anything new?
Fuck does Kuno care?
What's going on? Is an ungovernable youth like you don't have enough on your plate. You feel a sudden surge of self-pity coming on.
Hey Kuno, think you can like turn on the Kuno for a moment? Like, let's talk like normal people?
Trying to fuck at the Kuno! Trying to fuck at me! Trying to fuck! Kuno only gets higher! It's faster, faster, faster! Can't take the Kuno! Stay out of the reactor!
Kuno gonna fuck you up! Up, up, up!
She pumps her bony fist in the air.
Normal is not what we got.
Kuno!
Okay. Well, was it worth a try? Maybe one day. We can fix him. Okay, I can definitely go take the bottles up there though, for sure. As I remember there being a lot of bottles. Or I guess not. Definitely feels like I'm gonna need to commit to something here.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
I want to talk about the hanging again.
Again. Just get the dead guy's autograph, since you're his biggest fan.
Good one, Titus!
About fucking time.
Week when you first met, discussed hate, the 8 RD.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
I'm the only thing keeping this town from going to hell, and you're not helping. Yeah, man, it's your gun. That's it. That's
Did
all
you
I got.
already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent and has
No,
great
don't do the
results.
gun thing.
You're probably right. The others are only there for filler, to make the gun thing pop.
That's it. That's all I got.
Did you already try the... You're probably right. The others are only there for filler, to make the gun thing pop.
I'm the only thing keeping this town from going to hell, and you're not helping.
And what exactly is it you've been doing that's so goddamn special? Shitting yourself in front of us. Going around, harassing kids on the street. Kids who've done nothing wrong. All the while talking racist shit. Don't think we aren't watching, fascia. People here trust us. We're getting complaints.
What are you talking about?
Fascia. That's short for fascist.
I don't even have a gun. I haven't harassed any kids. I'm not shooting. I haven't said anything racist, did I?
Of course you have. You've been calling people kipped left and right, inciting race violence in my town.
I don't think I've said that.
Kylie said they've been trying to set up a race rally, whatever the fuck that means. Trying to get the kips out of Revachol before the economy goes to shit.
All I care about is Revachol and its people, and some... all those are pretty bad. Hmm. What the fuck is he talking about? There's no race
Sure
rally.
there is. Kylie said they're bulk purchasing confetti, ribbons too, and loudspeakers, and fireworks.
Huh?
Kylie works at the carnival shop, you see.
Get the fuck out of here, you racist carny. There'll be no race rally in my town.
I'm so confused.
What happened? We got absolutely wiped. Let's go before it gets worse.
What's going on? Are you racist now? Is the rally real?
No.
Please don't set up any rally. It'll make you look awful.
Okay, not trying any 3% rollover again. That's bad. Okay, so at least I tried. That's not gonna work. Looks like we really don't have a choice. Did I ever read that?
The note is written.
I did. Okay, so we need our badge, which I don't fucking have. What else are we missing? I guess we can try looking in the pawn shop again. We could try talking to the apartment tenants again. Because it definitely must be somewhere. Got a machine and the cash register.
All the old...
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with...
Nope, nothing here. Because as far as I know right now, the only possible solution is probably to take the deal. Choice. I kind of really want to make sure that I've done everything I can. So let's try going to the apartment. Or I guess we can also just try to get past Measurehead, which also probably will be difficult.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on no reply. No reply. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is... Better whip out those cutters.
Guess we could enter there.
This door has been closed with a padlock. What are you doing?
What?
You're trying to cut the body of the lock with the chain cutters, and it's really not working.
Come on, I should know how to do this.
I believe it's the shackle you mean to cut, Detective.
The lieutenant points with the corded loop with a gloved
He's
finger.
just trying to help. Don't take it bad. Relax.
These chain cutters are broken, Kim.
Perhaps you should give it another go.
The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter now.
After you, Detective.
Alright, thank you. Flamboyant poster of a white star, real lithography. Lot of revolutionaries posing with guns. Revolutionary love to pose with their guns. Book of critical theory on monstrosity of capitals and such. A bullet. Sour Macon lounge jacket. Summer Elysium lounge jacket, a classic white summer jacket loved both by the Samurais Communist Party and the accompanious subtropical drug trafficker. It fits you well regardless of your political ambitions. Oh, that's like a white shirt. Plus one comes delicious.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Mazov. Kraz Mazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a theoretical historian. He was a leading figure in the Grad side of the turn-of-the-century revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
Why does this tenant have a bust of Krasnozov in their bedroom?
The white star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
He looks around before mumbling to himself. Father Mazov, the hero of the working class.
Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm.
Elaine slows her to inspect the photos of revolutionaries on
There
the
aren't
wall.
many communists around. Not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going. It's
Okay, but that's not helping. I guess we just got a bullet.
You hear someone walk, a poor communard from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant?
Let's go.
Yeah, no, okay, this is the one we already seen. Money. Anything new here?
Hello again, after.
Oh, that's new. I think. Okay, let's go to the other balcony and see what's up there.
This door is made of no one answer.
We should return in the...
No way of getting there. Okay, so this is also a dead end. Oh well. Yep, we're gonna need to take part to talk to Choice. Because we cannot get anything done without our badge.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope.
She pats her
I don't
rain
need
wet
one
coat.
myself, you see.
All around you, rain keeps falling down. On the wooden boards she's standing on, and on the water around you.
I could use a coat like that. The rain is freezing.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very sturdy. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day.
Hey, about my missing badge again.
I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol.
How do I negotiate my way out of this?
Easy. Just offer her a favor, like I said.
Surely
Nice and dirty.
there's other ways to demonstrate our law enforcement credential.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Like what?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Potentially.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Excuse us for a moment, madame.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
How did you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Oh, so we're henchmen now.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
Just, find the
that
badge.
would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters. You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
I'm sorry for putting us through this situation. I'll handle it.
I'm sure you will, Detective.
What you propose is that we don't investigate drug trafficking.
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we're siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
Let's get back to her then.
You're back. Good. What can I
Okay,
help
tell
you
me
with?
about this alleged drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Let me get this straight. The material comes from Samar to Revachol through the terminal?
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
And you want us to investigate?
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Everart and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
Am I going to need bolt cutter for this?
Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they may be vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
She gives you a knowing look.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
What proof do you have that the union is involved?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
So you think the strike is being funded with the source ingredients for drugs?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
We already have some suspicion that one of the drivers was present at the lynching.
The two might even be connected.
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to hear it.
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done.
Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier?
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
God damn it.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
It's no coincidence that the lorries are stranded there like this, is it?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However...
She pauses, looking at the sea.
This is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue.
She looks north.
Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable. The weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
Okay, I've made up my mind about the smuggling investigation.
Yes?
We will take this case, probe the drivers, and see what it yields.
Excellent.
She takes a long sip of tea.
According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
She takes a long sip of her seemingly bottomless thermal cup. The jam mystery. Alright. Let's get moving with this so we can at least make some progress with this fucking case.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
You seem like a man who knows a lot about drugs.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back.
He folds his
Had some
hand.
good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Let me get this straight with you. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B. I need to get high and I'm looking for a dealer. Do you finance those other addictions with the drug trafficking? I need to get high and I'm looking for a dealer.
Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person to commit a criminal offense that the person would have otherwise been unlikely to commit.
Let me get this straight with you, because you're cool.
Or fraud.
I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
Wait, then why are you still hanging around?
Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo, and it gives me time to work on my rhymes.
A rhymesmith? This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Who do you think could be conducting the drug trade then?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
That's all for now, bye. Let me get more conceptualization. I want to try to do this if I can. Okay, this is 2.
Why does art inspire you so much?
It does, yes, but what is art?
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity.
Also, we're like almost
It's
4
an
hours, so I
expression of
think we're good.
and technical skill.
I think we've passed the crash point if
It's
we're lucky.
history,
I would hope.
criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined.
Would I fit into the art world? I mean,
Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too.
hold on, is architecture also an art?
Of course not. It's autism, box drawing,
Holy fuck.
masturbation with a ruler and a sextant or whatever they use. You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture while extolling the virtues of the pure arts.
Wait, what about music? Is it
Only the most experimental kind.
I guess I have been feeling critical lately.
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art critic. Half art critic, half cop.
Wait, but I don't have to be 100% cop to get the case finished and all that.
Quit being so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and camp aesthetic now? Strike a bold shape here. Go art or go home.
Go art. We're going
exactly.
art.
It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street. You must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery. The trite and derivative artists and writers of the world. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms.
Oh no.
The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble. Why does art inspire you so much?
No artist for arrogant blowhards. Why am I getting this?
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
Art is everywhere.
Wait. There's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like...
A mirror's temperature is always 0. It is ice in the veins. Its camera is an X-ray.
Whoa.
He leans
What
in.
else?
He leans in with his eye bright with attention. It is a chalice held out to you in silent communion.
Silent communion? That's good.
He's transfixed by the words. Where gaspingly you partake of a shifting identity never your own.
Dang. That's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
He grunts, unable to suppress his reaction. I'm just a vessel for the muse.
Right. But really, no bullshit. That's great stuff. I sort of want to know if it's yours.
I think the words are mine, yes.
Fucking A. Seems I got you all wrong. Cops aren't much known for their artistic sensibilities these days.
Let's go!
It's good to meet a fellow poet. Someone with an appreciation for real text. The others here, so you don't really get it.
It makes it all easier to bear if the words are pretty. Hey man, cops are human too.
Yeah, I guess I owe you an apology for thinking otherwise. And again, great shit.
It gives you a thumbs up.
You found some common ground with this man.
Yippee!
Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words.
Anyways, time to find who's driver.
Why does art inspire you so much? Excellent. In short, have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact such vigor. Already you express a sharp, exactly. Go ahead.
Okay, I guess I just can't remove it because... Actual art degree. -1 perception. Can't even look at this shit. Yeah, it's another Copa type. The worst one. The most savage and brutal. The art cup. Nothing is good enough for him. Everything is shit. You have to employ an armada of adjectives to depict and demean the mediocrity of the work and the visual institution around you. Really flex that critical muscle until the vocabulary for punishing mediocrity becomes second nature. Here we go. I think it's bugged. I think I bugged the game mod for some reason. It's fine, I'm sure it's fine. Let me try to see if I can unbug it.
Why does art inspire you so much? Excellent. In short, art. Have you looked in the mirror lately? Of course not. It's autism. Only the most Yes, you bravo. Why does art inspire you so much? Is it? In short, art is... Have you looked in the mirror lately? Such vigor. Already you express a exact... Go ahead and...
Okay, I guess I just bugged the game out because I can't remove this. I guess we're stuck with the art bubble.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on...
Nah, I don't think I wanna try this one until I have to.
A lorry stuck. The windows are...
Strange. Did we miss the other driver? I guess him?
Everything's still cool here, officer.
The food package you're selling have humanitarian aid written on them. How come?
You mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits? Really easy to cook, no hassle, really cheap too. Buy some, try them out.
I think one said not for resale on the packaging.
No problem here, officer. I get all this from one of my suppliers, an extremely reputable guy.
And does the supplier drive that human-ox lorry over there?
What?
Street vendor looks over to his left shoulders and stares at the lorry, as though he's never seen a lorry in his entire life.
Look, officer, I'm just a retailer. You'd have to talk to my supplier if you got questions about the supply chain. That's how the game works.
Interesting.
The lieutenant whips out his blue notebook and makes a note.
We'll need more if we're going to pin this one down, he thinks. Good questions, though. Sharp eyes, officer.
I'll leave it to you for now.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
Inspect the
A
sneakers.
pair of Faun Ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are...
Only? That's madness.
Oh, those are actually pretty decent, but inspect the speaker.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable Faun Ultras atop them.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
What about the speaker, though? Doesn't anyone want those speakers?
These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Can't I just buy the sad conquered Samaran speakers?
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
But I need some speakers.
Well, if you want them... But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground.
Oh no.
If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
It's fucking expensive.
You keep coming back. That's good.
You find your...
Economical, but...
You find your...
Economic...
Okay. Oh, is there more over here? No, there is not. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to...
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to try talking to Grandma, because she's one of the drivers.
The woman still has her...
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Snap your fingers twice.
Where am I? Who are you?
Like a magician recalling a subject from hypnosis, you've jolted her back to reality.
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of a cornered beast.
Are you alright, ma'am? You were out.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
Wait, what's so bad about the 50s? Where else would you be then?
Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is.
Sorry to interrupt your dreaming, ma'am.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the Black Sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden.
Her eyes narrow, and she appears to take your measure.
While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution, in Methk, it was a golden age.
The Republic of Mesk is a massive confederation on the Isola of Muindi, the world's largest state by territory. It's a petro-state, a constitutional monarchy, and, as of recently, an outcast due to its tilt to the far right.
Who's Gabriel Buenguerro?
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
She shows you the photograph of a lavish amber frame.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen. This man's got a hold over her, even 50 years later. You can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines.
She leans back, savoring the wall she's conjured up. So I take it you were in Mesk when you were young.
Someone was.
She nods, as though her meaning were perfectly clear. Someone? Are these not your memories?
They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not?
She grasps serenely.
They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
She looks around.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
Right, I have some other questions for you. Police questions.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
She settles back on the railing of her mother Larry. Behind her, mountains of memorabilia, photos and knickknacks lines the dashboard.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
Show me the soles of your boots.
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff?
It's for important business. It's for important police business, ma'am.
I'm starting to think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are no Gabriel.
She raised her boots slowly with contempt.
She's wearing sturdy workers' boots made of black leather. Buckles run across. The sole is also made of leather.
Now the other one, please.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
There is no aberration in the pattern you can see. She puts her foot down.
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Tiny. There are too many discrepancies in all this. Another discrepancy, although not boot-related, is the coronation of His Innocence, Franco Negro, which happened 500 years ago.
She's not odd soul. These are not the boots that made the prince.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. A size is 37.
The feet of a little girl. They fit well on the pedals.
She smiles. What are you hauling?
Diamonds.
Diamonds, really?
Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
She says, grinning. Okay, but what are you really hauling?
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
So you don't know what you're hauling in your own lorry?
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
She smiles a careless smile.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
What if the cargo is contraband?
Then it's contraband, Lowman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
Bad Hand? Hermenegildos's bad hand strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
Still don't really understand this whole boiadero thing.
Of course not. To truly understand the boiadero, you need to listen to on the Western Plain.
The boiadero, Boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte, the great steppes of northern Messi.
Oh shit!
He is a rugged dragonist and great explorer.
Frog drop in here. Oh, what's that I see? Let me scrunch up over here. Let me get closer here. Let me get real close here. Let me keep getting closer. Oh, yep, I'm coming here. Raiders. What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. Where the hell do you think you are? Tell me, you come into my house to drop frog on my floor, thinking that you own the place like this. Who the hell do you think you are? I'll tell you who you are. Mushifer. And people like you are gonna get shoutouts. That's right. I'm shouting you out in my own stream. What are you gonna do about it? You're here to you're fucking here to you're fucking here to eat my sun chip. Really. They don't even sell them anymore. It's my last bag and you're eating it in my face. What the fuck? That's right. I know what to do with you. I'm gonna warn do not steal sun chips. That's right. You've been warned. You've been warned. You're not touching them. You've been warned. I'm using my streamer feature that they dropped. Anyways, I'm eating asbestos off your wall. There's not much asbestos in there, but reason provide do not eat sun chip. Yeah, that's a rule now. That's a rule. That's my stream. I make the rules. That's my stream. And for the people that don't know me somehow, hello, I am Vivimency. I'm a comfy hunting streamer, and tonight we're playing Disco Elysium. Also, my computer is fixed now. It's been 4 hours of streaming, and the computer doesn't fucking crash, which means I can just do fucking long-ass stream without having to restart the whole computer. Isn't that good? Isn't that fucking nice? All I had to do was reinstall Windows. Because Windows was somehow the problem, I guess. Ain't that nice? Windows being the problem. Back in my days, I had Windows 7, and everything was nice. I swear, fucking technology. Anyways, let's continue. Also, Mush, if you need to go stretch your legs, take a piss, drink water or whatever normal people do, go do that, and we'll just keep playing Disco Elysium, which is pretty good. It's pretty wild. Okay, what's that?
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
I'm guessing that doesn't happen.
Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maygrit, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
I think I see where this is going.
So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws
okay.
her body in the Magrit. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
That's not where I thought this was going.
You have to understand. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
Before I came, you seemed away. You seem like a woman who knows a thing or two about drugs.
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare.
The adversary?
Yes. There is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
The power sounds like the drug to me.
That's not really what I was getting at.
Then what were you getting at?
This line of questioning is going nowhere. Try harder.
What is it that you're hauling exactly?
Your ma, Lowman. What of it?
My mom? Okay, let me put this another way. Are you smuggling drugs through Terminal B?
Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way.
You said earlier that you don't know what you're carrying, what cargo you're holding. Could it be drugs?
Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grad, Lowman?
Drugs?
No, Lowman. Diamonds.
I didn't ask about diamonds, did I? I don't care about that.
Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras.
You had to guess. Who do you think is smuggling drugs around here?
Easy. He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's a fair assessment. She's across the square.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Okay, if you're not involved in the drug trafficking, then why are you still waiting
Where
here?
do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the futures of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
Thank you for now.
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
Her voice trails off. I'm gonna save and try reloading to see if it's gonna clear the icon. Okay, it did. Okay, this does not help like at all. So I guess I'll probably just need to check out with the clothes seller again.
Now it's turning into a kind of a...
Is this guy really... I don't really think he did any, but also like there's only 3 people. And this is the only one I can't really talk to about because...
Everything's still cool here, officer. Only the coolest goods in Revachol. Anything for you.
Because if he's not one of the driver, who else is?
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer already. How can I help you?
Looks delicious. Points to the sandwich. Can I have a bite of that?
I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food. Nothing personal, it's just a principle.
The only one you have.
Okay, I'm not that hungry enough.
That's good. That's very good. You must have other business then?
Convince Gaston to relinquish the sandwich. Nah, I'm gonna fucking fail. So, is there really no other drivers? Because he's not a driver, he's just a fucking assholes.
Looking for something odd?
You're a
Want to
lorry
tell me
man,
to
right?
Fuck off again?
You're a lorry man. What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
He takes a long drag of his cigarette. Why not?
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector.
Okay, I should have expected this
They
coming.
know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
So I take it you're not smuggling drugs out of Martinez.
Not in, not out. I'll never betray the purity of my tribe.
Disgusting.
So you're telling us that you don't know anything about drug smuggling through Terminal B?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
He puffs of his cigarette. Then what are you still hanging around for? Most other camioneers have left.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I did see the one lorry with a trailer door open on my way here. You know what happened?
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved his country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
Serves him right.
It's a fucking travesty, is what it is.
If it's not you, then who's owning the drugs for Terminal B?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
Wait, the street vendor out there, that's a lorry driver?
Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? He's selling his employer stuff after he broke the seals on his Humanux lorry. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood.
I'm gonna fucking punch this guy.
He's your man, alright? 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess we need to pay Sealang a visit then.
Guess so.
Fucking hate this guy. All my homies hate racist lorry driver man.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
So, Sealang, what's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives.
For the moment, he's unsure how to respond.
Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
I'm super into drugs.
That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly,
I love him
I
so
don't have
much.
any drugs on sale. Or at my home, or on my person.
We're looking for a lorry driver who's transporting drugs out of the harbor. He or she is in this traffic jam.
That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor.
But
I don't know anything about that.
You are a lorry man. Another driver has identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
He is a fucking hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm...
He stops to think.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
He spreads his arms. So you forgot to tell me? So you're embarrassed to tell me? So you were embarrassed to tell me?
No, I just forgot. It's such a small part of my life.
What do you
In the
mean,
rear
small
view
part of
mirror
your
now.
life, my guy?
I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity.
What do you know about the drug operation in the harbor?
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Who are you afraid of, Silling?
Look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up.
If you don't want to get into this mess, then you have to give us a reason to move on. We're buddies, Silling. Help us out and no one will know it was you.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Is the lady driver the old woman back out there?
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange.
Who are these other drivers who talk?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
He points to the north.
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Okay, we're cool now.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
I'll leave you to it for now. Okay, so there's probably another driver. I can ask her. I don't think it's gonna be her. Feels a bit too obvious.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo.
Heard
man.
that one of the drivers is
What's
a
on your
woman,
mind?
but I don't think she's here. Do you know this lady driver?
I don't want to talk about that.
He shifts around, suddenly uncomfortable, and looks away. I don't mean to pry, but I need your help. She may be involved with the drug business.
Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is.
I ask you, who's concluding the drug trade? You said you know, now that you're saying you do.
I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her.
That's fair.
That
Fair
she wouldn't be
assessment.
mixed up in it.
He still is. Hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part. Not trickery.
Who is she to you?
A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay?
Who is this person? What's her name?
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why.
What does she look like?
A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed. It was violet when she got here, blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
When did she leave?
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person, I know that much.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you.
You said she's troubled. How?
She's got the darkness in her.
The
That young
darkness from
person's
Alan Wake?
darkness when you think it's all over.
Oh,
And
that's
you're
one.
looking for a way out.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
I was told everyone's afraid of her. You're not?
I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind.
When she left, did she leave her lorry behind?
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. Push Tommy, and it will break his heart and his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
Fine, I will drop the matter for now.
Thank you, friend. Wow, this makes me feel like I should pick up smoking again.
Damn, I'm so sorry for him. I don't want to make him sad. Okay, maybe she knows about it.
The woman is still hunched over the railing.
Huh? What is it? What do you want?
Alright, are you the lady driver?
Did you just call me a lady, Herife?
She clearly doesn't think she's a lady. Don't repeat it.
I was told of a woman driver. You're the only woman here.
I'm not that either, Herife. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my legs.
She's so true. She's so true.
It doesn't work like that on the long haul.
She's so real. So you're not the driver everyone's terrified of.
I'm only terrifying to small children and to those who used to know me.
So, then who's the female driver I was told of?
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around when I have my movies to go to?
Why are you scary to the people who used to know you?
Because they can no longer recognize the person I once was.
That's so true. She's so real. You said the long haul, that's...
The big ones, the trucks. There's no women and men there, it's all just...
She hums along as if... You track on repeat.
In the middle of this town, there's a ghostly motorway. It takes all the people where they want to stay.
You feel very cold suddenly, as if standing face to face with a terrifying adversary. Then the feeling dissipates, and all you see is an aging woman. In the background, a quiet song seeps from her cabin into the air. You don't hear any vocals.
That's all I need to know, thanks.
Oh, Sim.
The woman stares at you, her mind elsewhere now on other matters. She's so cool. Alright, time to talk to my least favorite character.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
I know you've been giving me the run around. Fess up. Where's the lady driver?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then why are you smiling?
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
Just tell me who the goddamn lady driver is.
You're all bark and no bite. The real dogs are up in Jamrock. Everyone knows that.
You mean La Puta Madre?
A legendary, and not in a good way, crime boss from Jamrock. Controls what is probably the most powerful organized crime outfit in Revachol West. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him do this.
Yeah, him.
Cross your arms and nod.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
He says, unsure where this is leading.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is. It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorryman and Carter's Guild.
His eye darts between you and the lieutenant.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Lieutenant points to the yard.
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
He tries to light a fresh cigarette, but his hands are shaking now. The sentence simply ends.
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. I softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job. Be careful. This man's still got some fight in him by the looks of it. It won't be easy to break him.
Make him tell me what you know. Oh fuck.
The main thing is to not overdo it, even when you're trying to scare someone. The most important thing is, how does it look on your resume?
Why don't you and me step outside for a little talk?
What? What do you think we're doing right now, runt? We're outside talking.
Damn it, I meant, do you want to find somewhere private to... No
There's
shit.
some kind of homo thing?
No, of course not. Just tell me what I... I need to eat. I need to fucking not die. I'm gonna die. I'm dead. I died. I died of depression because the menus killed me.
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a police officer, it's eating them all up now. You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
I've wasted my life protecting humans. They don't deserve it. I'm done. Not even... No one likes cop. I wish I was fucking dead. I'm seriously running out of shit to give. Let's corpse hang on tree. I'm quitting. Fuck you.
Fuck me? Please leave the rage you have for after we finish in...
Nothing you can say would make you feel any better now. Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown.
There's custom game
He now
overs.
lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing excrement at passers-by, shouting, "I never loved that woman." When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory that his psychological disintegration was precipitated by his wife leaving him. "It's because the Furrows lost that match," said Captain Ptolemy Price, once the man's superior officer. "It's because he couldn't get a big gun from acquisitions, and anyway, police work really burns you out after a while." Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer, the deranged former cop's partner, commented. Sergeant Matt Torson, another former colleague, did not propose any theories, merely saying whatever happened to him wasn't about birds. He got fucked, that's all.
Okay, let's not fuck up again. I don't know when was the last time I saved.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment.
Fuck, I don't remember where I am now. Do I still have that dialogue?
Yes?
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off drugs? You know where... They know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken
So I take it you're not
somehow.
smuggling now drug out of me.
Not
So you...
I don't know shit. What do you think?
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big...
Yeah, I knew that since he left. I haven't
Serves
had
him
It's a
right.
fucking travesty is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang. That beady-eyed... Of course, he's...
I wouldn't be so sure.
Guess so.
Okay, I guess I'm just gonna do quick saves. Redo everything.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Drugs? Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which, that's very cool. That's even cool. Who said that?
So you admit...
No? Okay. Maybe I'm... No, I just forgot. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the... No! That's nothing.
And...
Crowd.
He doesn't want to talk about them.
Look. It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. All of them.
Who exactly?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't...
It could be.
All right.
Okay, that's done. I'm gonna save again.
Now it's turning into a kind of a...
Actually, I'm gonna be mean and I'm gonna try not talking to him right away because I don't want to break his heart. I like him too much.
Looking for something? I don't know what you're talking about.
Why are you smirking?
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
Just tell me who the goddamn daily driver is.
All you mean...
A legendary. Looks like...
Yeah. Then I...
Yeah?
Not just the unions. He has peonies every...
You're not...
No, it's not a...
I'm not...
You've seen that...
Nah.
The lieutenant. I've softened. Be careful. This man's still got some fighting.
Okay, I'm gonna save here.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Minus one, go fuck yourself.
Men like this only respect two things. Strength and fear.
Show me her lorry right fucking now. The lady driver's lorry. Where is it?
Fuck you, I told you. I'm not gonna...
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
I'm gonna fuck you for the rest of my life, you understand? Does that mean? I'm gonna put you in a cell with a giant kip. You're gonna be bleeding kip-tick. What the fuck does that mean? I've been to your fucking lorry. I know where it is. I'm gonna burn it down, you hear me? What's your name, fuckhead? I'm gonna go to a police radio saying this guy made Madrig to fuck off.
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green, banged up thing. I don't fucking know who she is.
He tries to wave you off.
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rules with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably. I haven't even seen her for days.
Now it's not a big deal for him anymore. This is how he saves face.
Where exactly is her lorry?
Past the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now leave me the fuck alone, okay?
A small temple by the monument.
Looks like he got his adrenaline up, too.
Let's go. So now we need to find the green car. Whichever that one is. We're gonna make progress. We're so gonna make progress. Near the monument. Oh, this one.
This screen found, A to Z, Contemporaire, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This must be the one he told us about. Unless he was lying.
The lieutenant peeks inside. How are we going to get this open, Kim?
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside.
Really?
This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
Alright, let me get it.
This screen found, A to Z, Contemporaire, is parked, pry bar in hand. You take a hard swing at the window. A loud thunk rings out and the pry bar bounces back.
I'm sorry, it didn't happen.
Spiderweb on the glass.
I'm sorry, it didn't happen.
This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
The lieutenant takes the pry bar from you and gestures you to take a step back. Then, with a short warning,
he smashes it into the window. Droplets of glass fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor and pavement. You can just reach in now.
Nice.
It went better than I expected. Open it from the inside.
He nods and gives you the tool back.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals.
Pulls out the pull-out toolbox.
A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper.
Unfold the newspaper.
It's an issue of Périphérique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages.
Pick up the note.
It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The lieutenant kneels over your shoulder to examine the note. Push in the pull.
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was. Radio, posters, a trace of motor oil smell under all the cigarettes.
Checks the pedal.
You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Looks like the driver has glued a piece of sandpaper to the throttle to offer some extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
Sandpaper would also rub from the pattern of the driver's right boot sole.
Yes?
He likes where this is going.
Do the honors, he thinks. connect it yourself.
One of the footprint at the crime scene had an aberration on one soul. One soul was smoother than the other.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching.
The lieutenant's eyes lights up behind his prescription lenses. Wait, the missing 8th party? Here?
Looks like her, yes.
And she's also the one running the drug trade. A handful. First the drug smuggling and now this. How deep does this rabbit hole go?
Now we know for certain who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
I think the entire union is involved, maybe even all of Martinez. Not necessarily the lady driver could have kept this drug trade deal a secret. These jerks, definitely. Not necessarily.
You're right. But we should still go and see what Titus has got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. The radio transmitter sits on the center console and a faint smell of perfume is in the air.
Admire the posters.
These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat.
Study the centerfold.
The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put your finger on whom exactly. This is Tijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her talent than her tragic, untimely death.
What happened to her?
She wasted away in a drug den called the Door to the River, not far from here on Boogie Street, a mixture of cocaine and morphine. She was afraid of the world and the camera, too.
Enough of the posters.
The actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye.
Examine the radio.
Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Why would anyone need so many radio stations?
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV.
He flicks a switch on the radio.
Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite a range, too.
A 20-kilometer radius at least. Perhaps extended by an attachable antenna that's not here right now.
Is there anything we can do with the radio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without the dial key.
What else is here?
The smell of clothes.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
Of course.
All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Seems like something police would do. What do you think of all this, Kim?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the ULAN frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks. And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy Boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection we've been searching for.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find.
So it turns out this is connected to the Union. So it turns out that this is why is there an extra is? Is that normal?
Like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them, to other ends, as extra ammunition.
What about the movie poster? How did they factor into all this?
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
Maybe the traitor is some sort of cinephile.
Yes, well...
He doesn't say more.
Unimportant.
Will the RCM open an investigation into this?
We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that.
He stops to think. What are you thinking?
The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Corruption?
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Okay, debrief over?
Debrief over. After you.
Alright, and now we can return to Joyce about this information. Hey officer, got a minute?
I saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble?
Wait, so you did know something about who's smuggling drug around here?
Nah, man. I was telling you the truth. I really didn't think it'd be her. She's okay. Sort of troubled, but still. A nice person.
What else do you know about her?
Nothing. We just talked a bit. About life and stuff. She left me a key so I can park a lawyer if the jam broke. So, she in trouble or what?
There's going to be an investigation.
It's that bad. Man, what should I do? What should I do to help her?
I really don't know.
Damn. I always warned her to watch herself. Man. Nothing to do now, I guess. Maybe I should just keep my head down and work on my rhymes while I can.
What's the plan with those rhymes anyways?
Oh, you know. Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft.
Why Tommy Leham?
Tommy Lam was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
It's more him.
Alright, I had a question actually.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Okay. I like him. Okay, so now we need to return to Joyce. For that information. And I'm so happy I can fucking do streams without the computer crashing it. It's been such a hassle to deal with. Now I finally don't have to. The amount of first back is unbelievable.
What
I know,
can I
right?
help you with?
I spoke with the lawyer at the roundabout.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Wait, where exactly are these eyes located?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
The lieutenant is about to interject. Cut him off. This decision should be yours.
Let the lieutenant handle it.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I'm sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
Acceptable.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
You said contain the situation. I've already heard about a connection between lynching and a strike. I need your testimony. You said contain the situation.
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
Rough. I've already heard about a connection between the lynching and a strike. I need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
A momentary lapse of faith.
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
Do you need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience.
So like the
They also have
corpse.
trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
But then...
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contractors carry out their orders, for now.
For now?
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
I have to say, this is not disco.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put...
She grabs a hold of the mainsail.
If you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
They would have to project strength and power.
1000% not disco.
The Debardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
She leans back.
The Seraï's giant hornet, the world's 2nd largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath.
I can see it happen. Too many things would have... I can't see it happen. Too many things would have to go wrong first. Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario you're describing? I think the confrontation is inevitable.
Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Nameless, badgeless detective of the citizens' militia.
She looks at you. I stamp from the wind.
All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
What can you tell me about Crenel?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in 3rd or 4th world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut.
Look at all
the
these countries I have
Seminoles
no fucking clue about.
Countries that don't have a good record reporting
I am
atrocious
not
military
good at
conduct on their soil.
Fictional countries.
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources.
She thinks.
If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
She thinks.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is charged with coordinating law enforcement activities in complex multinational investigations. Their database is the single largest source of information in the world.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, ma'am?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Could you contact the company? Tell them to call him off?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
Said that the deceased assaulted a woman?
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
What did these teenagers by the canal say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place?
I mean, we did. We kind of did.
Last Sunday night, at the
I guess
Whirling
there's
in
reports,
Rags,
yeah.
the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
And who was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea.
I might have.
As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
You meet her soon enough, you feel.
This colonel, the one who was hanged, do you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive, yes. But I did not know him.
His name was?
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Tell me about the others first.
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color? The deceased.
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
There's a pang of regret in her voice.
That's all right, ma'am. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Where are the remaining Stumert now?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth.
She puts her foot on the guard wire for balance.
They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
Vigilantes, the RCM gets its authority from the coalition. Where does theirs come from? We still need to know where they are. We'll confront them directly. Okay, we'll steer clear for the moment. Still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Where are these mercenaries?
This is so embarrassing.
How did I fail this?
Idea. There's something wrong with your brain. Luckily, the lieutenant still has his.
Ma'am, with all due respect, I've been around Martinez, and there's a giant hulk of a man in ill-fitting clothes at the harbor gates. Mr. Right to Work. His heart really isn't in it.
Not a terribly good actor, that one. Still.
And the other one, the pole, must be in one of the 4-story buildings overlooking the roundabout. She was reporting back to you while we were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That would afford a good vantage point. Still, I hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
There is a brief silence. Seagull squawks over the bay.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
That's enough for now.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Now, can you tell me about these tattoos?
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
She reaches over the guard wire to take the photo, holds it in her hand.
For about half a minute, in silence.
It was taken with a Trigat not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Stay quiet, observes the woman's expression.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
She points to one on the photo paper.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like stars in the sky?
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What is the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back
We're
home
learning
if
so
they should
much
die
right now.
abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Where is he now?
This one is going nowhere but the morgue. Spoken to him, for now the soul is fastened inside his corpse.
That is precisely what the sailors feared when they drew these maps. A fear of drowning within one's own corpse.
What travels did the men make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
She points to it on the photo.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Preto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Preto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this.
She points to his heart.
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Who could tell me more?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task. Search elsewhere.
You're right, not
I
a good
am
idea.
relieved you think so. I don't think
I don't think I'd
deciphering
be able
that
to handle
tattoo
it.
should come before public security.
That's all for a tattoo. Thank you for your help.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Nope. That's all for now. Ask another about the tattoo's possible meaning. A person presented lynching is also involved with the drug trade through the harbor, which links them to Hardy Boys. See what Titus has to say about it. I am more pointed to volition. I also need to fix my morale.
There it is again. The scent of apricot. Yes. The sun. There is a movement next to you. Why are you talking bitter? Whatever petrochemical until a block feels so familiar.
Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna save. Because I would not want to do all of these discussions again. We surprisingly did a lot of progress. I'm pretty happy with it. I need to go gain morale at the mailbox.
The dented yellow mailbox.
Good mailbox.
The box seems happy.
Damn, I can't anymore. That sucks. That's fine. Let's do this.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Guess what? I've connected you to the local drug trade.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilos.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grace?
He taps on a notebook and then turns to you.
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
No, do the honor. You've earned it. You're right. There is no local drug trade. Except you! No, do the honor. You've earned it.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
Yeah, that's right. You're a drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course.
This is disgusting. You're admitting to profiting off poisoning your own people. Good idea. People are always going to do drugs. At least this way you have some control over it. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. I know for a fact that there's still plenty of drugs out there.
No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing speed. Who fucking who? The stuff's probably from Jamrock.
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture, man. The place is a paradise. And all thanks to Hardy Boys.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy Boys here.
The 8th Hardy, the one who's missing. She runs the thing, right?
My answer is, fuck off.
He steps a step
Mind
closer.
your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
Finally, you got something out of him. This could prove useful in the future.
And here we go. Back to the usual.
The woman sighs.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 sets of footprints.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
I don't want to mess with that again. I talked to Joyce. The merc you hang, his friends are coming for you.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Crenell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Snickering in the room, some of his men puts their beer down. Forget I mentioned it was probably nothing.
Goddamn right it's nothing. The fuck are they gonna do? We got 10,000 men in the Union.
It's probably more like 2,000 or 3,000, but whatever keeps their spirits up.
All right. Where else to put a point in? Logic, rhetoric, drama. I think logic would be good. Facts and logic. Damage ledger.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Can I read the case file now?
It's proving to be harder than expected. You just don't have the intellectual rigor to patch the quilt back together.
So close. Failed the third grade reading again. Investigate a doomed commercial area. Need to establish authority. Authority is not gonna happen easily, I guess. Okay.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
What do you see in his eyes?
Ease into it.
God damn it.
Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
Hey, Tommy, spill the beans. What's troubling you?
Man, nothing's troubling me. Just the usual.
That all the beans you got, Tommy? Damn.
Keep failing my fucking roll. So apparently the strike guy is one of the armor person?
Work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Are you a mercenary hired by Wildpines?
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand?
Say very quietly. Is there a tribunal being convened by any chance?
Fucking bug.
He breathes slowly, his giant chest deflating and his mouth slightly open.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
The lieutenant says, his voice soothing, calm. Look, he looks
There
at you.
could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this, he's thinking. This is not the time.
Okay.
The man's breathing steadies, but his eye...
Definitely not gonna happen right away.
Hola, Wandering Man.
Alright, I guess we should do the other task right now while we have time, because I don't know, I feel like we're not gonna have a lot of time with picking up the dice and the other thing. I don't even know if we'll be able to do it.
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be teachings in
I
them.
talked to the entity you told me about. Her name is Neha, and she's a novelty dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
No, ma'am, I have felt her horror. She's not the cause to blame for this curse.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
She looks perplexed.
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Drama, no! She says there is no curse because there are too many inconsistent. No, she says it's just capitalism. Bankruptcy is a quirk of our economic system. Lie, the source of the taxidermist's shop. He became involved in the art darker than taxidermy and brought the void spirit down upon this place. Honestly, I don't have an answer yet, don't say that. There is another entity, more malignant, pulling strings in Martinez. Perhaps in my travel I will cross paths with it.
A third order presence, yes.
She lets go of the pendant.
A great, dark relief washes over her.
I've heard of these triactors. In certain occult literature, that's too dark to dwell on for too long, and definitely not in the presence of my daughter.
She gestures for you to be quiet.
I understand everything, sir. Thank you for your descending into the maelstrom. I will keep fort up here, strengthen the wards, do my best. And if you happen upon the third entity in your travels, may the Lord be with you.
She performs an X-shaped cross on her chest.
Well, this has been absolutely educational. If we happen on the third presence in our travels, we will certainly come back to tell you.
Yes, the venture continues. In other waters, darker waters.
Should we get out of here before the vortex collapses?
I got this Dick Mullen book apart, and this Dick Mullen book fell apart before I got to the end. Do you have another copy?
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. Some of these old paperbacks just don't have the durability. I would be happy to sell you another one, but
No, we'll never know. We'll never know how it truly ends. Yeah, because we really need to go to apartment 28 sometime after 21. Because that's going to be important for sure. We also didn't get the body done yet, which is not ideal, but it'll be fine, I guess. But I think we should stop here, because it's been 5 hours. How long has it been since I've done a 5-hour stream? Alright. So. Let's get someone's raid. Thank you for watching. I hope this has been entertaining. I'm glad that we're finally done with computer problems. Should make things a lot easier for the Elden Ring DLC that's coming up soon and all the other things. And we definitely need more of this done. Alright, who the fuck do we raid tonight? Oh, I don't think I've rated that person before. Or at least I think I've done, but not in a while. I feel like that seems pretty cool. That seems like a cool game. Let me get a rate started for you. And yeah, I'll see you when I see you. Well, it's already 1:30. I didn't even realize we were this late. Anyways, here's a raid message. Here's a raid message. Anyways, thank you all so much. I'll see you when I see you. And yeah, have a good night.